want to call to order? Okay. Yeah, we're going to start in like 2 seconds. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, calling to order our regular board meeting of Tuesday, October 25th. Can I get a roll call?
Yes. Trustee Boyd.
Here.
Trustee Davidson. Here. Trustee Doss.
Here.
Vice President Theron.
Here.
President Hinckley.
Here.
Superintendent Wells.
Here.
Thank you. I will now open up to public comment for closed session items. I see nobody here, and there's no attendees on Zoom.
Nope.
So we will close public comment and move to closed session, and we will come back here at 7 p.m.
There's food in the kitchen. gonna do another one. Oh my God.
I'm sure.
It's insane.
I didn't.
Are you presenting?
Oh, maybe because there's a aquatic center.
Right there. Kindergarten teachers from Ocean View. I can start the recording again if you'd like. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Not gonna worry about it.
I'm calling to order the regular board meeting of Tuesday, October 25th. Can I get a roll call, please?
Student trustee Garcia Bustamante.
Here.
Student trustee Dana.
Here.
Trustee Boyd.
Here.
Trustee Davidson. Here. Trustee Doss.
Here.
Vice President Derone.
Here.
President Hinckley.
Here.
Superintendent Wells.
Here.
Thank you. Anyone who cares to join can now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. And can I get our mission and vision statement read, please? Before you take a drink of water. Sorry.
The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating a comprehensive learning environment for perfect. Learning opportunities and a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment addressing the individual needs of each student.
Meeting norms. Maintain a focus on what is best for our students. Ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully. Endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for students. Make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind, while others are allowed to express their own points of view, even if one disagrees.
Thank you. There was no action taken in closed session. Can I get a motion to approve our agenda?
I move that we approve our agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes unanimously. And we move to our spotlight, which is the Albany Aquatic Center. Welcome. Can you introduce our new Aquatic Center director?
Sure. I'm going to pass this to our CBO, Jackie Kim, for the introduction.
Our Aquatic Center Director, Drew Nelson, he has been working for our Aquatic Center since 2012 for opening, and he now serves as a director at the Aquatic Center. So we have a spotlight this evening that board can see.
Are you logged in?
No, I'm not. Actually, do you have the meet? I think I'm in.
Typically, you guys don't see our Director of Aquatics because they're very busy. As you know, as he's getting his presentation ready, I just wanted to update the board on some aquatics. Last time we were here, we talked about aquatics, and we had a lot of programs that were not up and running. And we were transitioning, and we didn't expect all our programs to be up and running by the fall. We were doing it in phases, and to our amazement, we have all our programs up and running and generating funds, and more importantly, programs for our community and our kids. And so we're just in awe at the work that was being done thus far. And so I thought I'd take a moment to kind of update you while we were getting the technology stuff in order. So bear with us.
Recording in progress.
about that, everyone. So I'm here for the Albany Aquatic Center. I'm relatively new since April. I've actually been working since 2012, so I have a lot of knowledge of many things aquatics. And we'll go ahead, and I'm an Albany native, so I've been here, went from the original pool as well. So Making Waves, it's a group of large women who come together and they go swimming every Sunday. They've been doing it since 1980. It's an amazing group. I was there lifeguarding because we were short-staffed this last Sunday, got to see them. They're amazing people. Got to talk to them again as normal. Albany High School water polo, they are, I believe, 4-4 currently in the league. And they swim 5 days a week, Monday through Thursday and Saturdays. And I think now we've recruited 3 of them to become lifeguard and swim instructors. So very cool. Here's another picture of them. They get to have a lot of fun in the water. And then our video of them practicing. Oops, my video's not on. There's a little bit of whistling in there from Coach Jesus during the game. Unfortunately, the audio wasn't working. And we'll move on. Cool. Albany Armada Aquatics. They are at the pool every day that we are open. Their main hours are Monday through Friday, and then they do have some on Saturday and Sunday as well. They have about 120 plus kids, and about 46 of them or so are Albany residents. And then here is a picture of the high school swimmers going. I think that's Luke, one of our lifeguard staff on the right as well. Very cool. Moving on. Oops, come on. And then this is Albany High School PE. They have 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. They have up to 90 kids in at a time on a couple of the classes because they combined 3 different PE classes in all at once. The picture on the left is them about to dive in the pool, and the picture on the right is them actually diving in the pool, so they're learning how to dive safely in the pool. The Albany Community Triathlon, which we just had 2 Sundays ago, is a fundraiser for the athletics department in Albany High School and Albany Middle School. There was quite a few people that participated, whether it be in the group setting or the individual, and then we had young kids doing it as well. And then here they are swimming as well. Here's some newish programs that we have. Snap Kids and underwater rugby. Snap Kids is special needs aquatic program. They are there on Sundays for 2 hours, and they fill a niche in our programming that we're not able to do right now, and we are happy to have them. Generally, it's 1 child with 1 to 2 instructor in the water in the indoor pool. And then we have San Francisco Underwater Rugby. They take about 3 lanes on Sundays for 2 hours, and they are playing rugby in the water. It's pretty cool to see that sport. Down to 13 feet, I believe, is the depth of the pool. Fall 2 swim school is 545 out of 593%, which is 92% fill rate. And it runs through the 10th of November. The next session, Fall 3, is the 14th of November through December 17th. And there's about 832 spots for private and group lessons. So it's a pretty packed pool, to say the least. What does this schedule look like? It's very full in swim lessons, and there is some growth in the lap swim, but the reality is we're pretty close back to pre-pandemic levels. Currently, there are 69 people who are on staff, and regularly there's 47 who are working between 1 and 3 days a week, about 2.5 to 4 hours each day. They're mostly high school staff, though, in the evening. And then we have our family swim, which is every day of the week. It's in the evening, Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday, 1:30 to 3:40. So this is the time for the kids to get in the pool, play around, and instead of having to go take a bath, they get to go play in the pool. So, and that, I believe, is the end of my thing. So, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. I know it's great to see all this stuff open again, and the swim lessons seem in high demand, so people were definitely ready for us to open up. Are there any questions from the board? Yeah, Trustee Davidson.
Is there anything that's still, like, I know we're going to talk about the budget later, so that's great, but are we able to host all types of like meets and water polo games and everything? Is there anything that's needed still to do those, or?
Water polo, I don't think we have every piece of equipment that we need to host a water polo meet. The swim meets, we are able to host the meets. We actually have one coming up the 12th and 13th of November for the Albany Armada Aquatics.
Cool.
So,
Great. Well, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all your work.
thank you very much.
Yeah, Trustee Doss.
I don't have a question, but I did want to mention that I think it's really good, really nice, the updates that we receive from the Aquatic Center. Like you always email when anything's happening or when something's open or closed to the community. It's really helpful. It helps families to kind of plan and have things to do with their kids and things like that. So thank you for those updates. They're really helpful.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a comment on the pool?
Yes.
Great, go ahead.
Okay. So thank you for the presentation. Just a few points. Drew actually was one of the adaptive swimming instructors for my daughter, India. And you were one of about 3 or 4 that were excellent working with her, and also with my son, Ulysses. So I really appreciated that. I'm glad to see that in part of the schedule, we personally are not yet comfortable taking our kids to an indoor pool. So we're glad that now we see in the schedule that there is family swim time in the outdoor pool on Saturdays, I believe it is. And that's great. And I wanted to point out a couple of things. You showed a picture where you were showing a video of the high school swimmers, but there was a picture on the bottom right of 2 of the Albany Armada Aquatics Masters coaches. 2 of them were part of a relay team that crossed the English Channel just a number of weeks ago. And one of them went back to do the entire English Channel by herself. So she's a marine monster of a swimmer. And then for the Albany, the community triathlon is a great event that is hosted at the Aquatic Center. And my kids actually were finally able to do it with me we did it as a family relay. And so we appreciate that that's part of the community. And we hope that you continue supporting the programs at the Albany Aquatic Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Trustee Dana.
I'd just like to say thank you for this presentation. Personally, a lot of my life was spent in the pool. I was on Armada and the high school swim team. And of course, I did the PE unit and the triathlon. But it was really great to see some of these other programs that I hadn't had, I didn't know that they existed. And so I'm really glad to see the various usages that the Aquatic Center takes on. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think that's really the end of the comments. All right. Now we move on to our recognition, which is being presented by Vice President Duran, resolution number 2022-2312, recognizing November as National Native American Heritage Month.
Good evening, everyone. This is an opportunity for us to have a learning moment, and that's why we read the resolution aloud. And we want to honor and recognize Native Americans for the month of November and really consider their heritage as the first peoples here in the Americas. What I would like for the board to read this, including Dr. Wells. And what I'd like to do is start with Ms. Garcia Bustamante, and if each of us, we'll just go around this way, and if each of us could just take one paragraph, we might all have a second opportunity.
Whereas Native Americans are the original inhabitants of what is now the United States, yet they could not vote and were denied benefits entitled to American citizens until the Indian Citizenship Act passed in 1924, and
Whereas there are 574 federally recognized sovereign Indian nations in the United States today, and while an estimated 150 different indigenous languages are spoken in the U.S. and Canada, only 20 languages are currently spoken by children, due primarily to the impact of residential boarding schools, with 130 languages potentially becoming extinct in the next 30 years, and
Whereas Congress has recognized the influence of the Iroquois Confederacy in the drafting of the Constitution of the United States, and
Whereas Indigenous Peoples' Day is celebrated as a national holiday on October 10th, and
Whereas indigenous peoples have a strong sense and knowledge of environmental stewardship, including agricultural, environmental awareness and protection, and a rich cultural heritage in oral literature, medicine, music, dance, language, art, and spiritual values. And
Whereas Native Americans have historical stories of enslavement, revolt, tragedy, resilience, and perseverance that need to be studied and understood so that meaningful change can happen. And
Whereas many Native Americans do not celebrate Thanksgiving, viewing it rather as a day of mourning, inasmuch as their generosity was rewarded with the theft of their land and removal, genocide, forced assimilation, and centuries of betrayal and broken treaties. And
Thank you. Whereas the inherent self-governance, self-determination, sovereignty, and the return of land of tribal nations and indigenous people is at the forefront of their struggles in dealing with the United States federal government today, and
whereas the Ohlone and other California tribes have survived over 2 centuries of state genocide and colonization during the Spanish, Mexican, and American eras, pre-contact population of California's indigenous land had been reduced by at least 92%, and
whereas the Confederated Tribes of Lisjan, a vibrant and diverse Ohlone community of tribes and families, continue to inhabit their ancestral homeland, fight for their sacred sites, and revitalize their cultural practices.
whereas Albany sits on the territory of the ancestral and unceded land of the Lisjan, and
whereas the city of Albany recognizes the Confederated Villages of Lisjan by flying their flag permanently at City Hall, and
whereas we have a responsibility consistent with Albany values of community and diversity to acknowledge and work on our relationship with the Native people and to support their various present-day challenges.
now, therefore, be it resolved that the Albany Unified School District's Board of Trustees recognize the month of November as National Native American Heritage Month, and the superintendent will ensure that staff nurture and mentors Native American students in an environment that honors their cultures and that welcomes their participation in every school space. District schools and teachers will commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional materials and activities.
thank you. Before we make any comments, can I get a motion to approve this resolution?
I move that we approve resolution number 2022-23-12, recognizing November as National Native American Heritage Month.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? A resolution passes unanimously. Thank you, as always, Vice President Duron, for doing the work to bring these forward to us. And I look forward to seeing this celebrated in our schools in the coming month. All right. Yeah. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I'll just quickly echo that and thank Vice President Duran for giving us this educational moment to learn a bit more, and really want to appreciate and thank teachers for taking up the call here to try to incorporate these ideas into your teaching so that the next generation has a chance to be a bit better at this than we have been.
Thank you. All right, we move on to the consent calendar. Can I have any questions or a motion to approve? Yeah, Trustee Das.
For 9F master contract, I did have a couple of questions about that. So would it be best to remove it and approve everything else, or?
Yeah, we can do that. Any other questions on consent? Can I get a motion to approve the calendar with the exception of 9F?
I move that we approve the consent calendar with the exception of 9F.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Consent calendar passes, except for item 9F, which we will now discuss. Did you want to ask your questions?
I think that we might have went over this before, but I'm just curious as to if there's been any additional research or discussions around other facilities and places that could be used versus using this one. It is, costly, and I mean, there's other kind of good and bad that kind of goes along with it. So I'm just wondering if there's been like any additional research into, is this the only option? Are there other options? Are there reasons why we're not using those other options? And
so whenever we're working with a student and thinking about placement, the IEP team goes through the analysis of educational benefit. And so it is their due diligence to make sure that they're exhausting all intervention efforts to ensure that the student is in the least restricted environment. Excuse me. And so when an IEP team determines that a student requires a residential treatment facility, it's my duty then to make sure that we're finding the correct facilities. And so La Europa is a facility that we've worked with in the past, and we'll continue to work with when students' needs necessitate that level of restriction. And so there are lower level interventions, and they're exhausted typically prior to getting to the point of a residential facility.
what's the, sorry, just follow-up question for that. What's the kind of timeline for, or how, like, is there, or is it, I guess it's specific per student, but like, is there a certain amount of time that we give ourselves before we decide to?
So, placements are all determined based on students' progress on goals. And so part of what we do is we have our standard annual meetings, but with our students in residential facilities, because I oversee case management, I play a more active role because our first goal is for our students to return home to a lesser restrictive environment. And so that there's ongoing communication with the residential facilities. I'm going out to Utah on Tuesday next week to see our students that are across multiple facilities to see how they're doing. It's something that I do twice a year. In addition to ongoing conversations with the treatment team at the particular facilities, the academic team at the facilities, and working with the families to thinking about that step back down to a lesser restrictive environment. And I'd say for the most part, a lot of our students have made really great success stepping back down. La Europa being one of them. We had a student that stepped down last year and was able to graduate from Albany High. So, I mean, there is a lot of great success, and it's not something that we take lighthearted. It's hard for families. It's hard for families to be thinking about placing their student in an environment outside their house. But we're dealing with life and death with our students. And then we're dealing with that we've determined as an IEP team that their needs cannot be met within our programs here in the school, in Albany, cannot be met within programs within the SELPA or programs such as a non-public school in the surrounding area. And so we really think thoughtfully about making that step. And it's never something that's done individually. It's done as a team, an IEP team. And then when it gets to my table of finding that particular facility, it's an ongoing collaborative effort with myself and the families to find a facility.
And then my last question, I know you go to the Utah facility a couple times a year, the plan. And so do you visit all the facilities at that often, or is it a yearly kind of vetting system? Or
So, my main focus is to check on the safety of our students. First thing I do is I meet with the student at the respective facilities, and I ask them how they're feeling. If they're feeling supported, what I can do to advocate for them. It's the first thing I do. And then we usually go for a tour around the facilities. I have to do certain checks and balances for the state to make sure that I'm reviewing the therapeutic milieu as well as the academic milieu. And so I have to provide a report every time I go and do a site visit to the state. And then, when I do have the availability, if there are other facilities that I'd be interested in looking at for prospective placements, I also schedule a time to go see them. This particular visit is primarily just to see the students that we have in our different residential facilities, and I will not be looking at any other facilities for prospective placements. But typically I do. Typically, in Utah anyhow, and there's not just in Utah, they're all over the United States of America. We've had students in Idaho. I haven't had any students in Texas, but I know that, there's a couple facilities in Texas as well that some of my colleagues throughout the SELPA have worked with. But, we've had great success in Utah with students getting the support and returning home, as well as in Idaho. So that's really where we've been concentrating our efforts of looking for facilities to support our students that necessitate that level of restriction.
So those are all my questions. Thank you.
Vice President Duran.
Just a couple of questions, Dr. Biggs. One is, in addition to the visitation that you mentioned, how often do you get reports? Are they ongoing from the schools? And my second question is, how many students does Albany currently have at La Europa?
So I get monthly updates for the student from a master treatment plan that encompasses both the therapeutic as well as the academic supports. And then if there's any type of incident, so if a student may be off track of their progress and have gone down a phase, and so a lot of these programs are built on phases or level systems. They've revamped it from levels to phases because of the idea that we are fluid, we're growing, we can slip a little bit, and we just don't want you to slide, and they have those supports in place. And so if a student does go down a phase, I'm notified. If there's anything that's out of character, I'm notified. But I get monthly reports, and then I try to check in with the families as much as possible. I was actually talking to a family right before the board meeting tonight. And then as far as the number of students that we currently have 4 students, which is a drop in number over the past 2.5 years.
Any other questions or a motion on this contract? Oh, sorry, there is one public comment. I don't remember how to, online, I don't remember. Do you do that part?
Okay,
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Jeremiah.
Hi, this is Jeremiah. 2 things. I was wondering if there's some possible grants that we could apply for, either state or federal grants or something from the state school board kind of thing. And also, would an individual's health insurance possibly cover any of these costs? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremiah. Is it okay, President Hinckley, if I respond?
Yes.
Jeremiah, one thing that's, great is we have, federal funding for students to be placed in facilities. Sometimes it's not off, it has to be offset by the general funds. But, we do have funding for being able to place students through an IEP. And as of this past year, there were some concessions made by the state given the extenuating circumstances of COVID-19 and the increased number of students that were being seen going to residential facilities due to the impact of distance remote learning. And so I don't know all the specific numbers with it, but I do know that there had been some support this past year. And then as far as what was this? I'm so sorry. I forgot the second piece of it, Jeremiah.
The health whether people's health insurance pays for it.
So we have, are obligated under IDEA to provide room, board, and academic. Now, families may engage within medication management, which would be offset by their own insurance, but it has no impact on the total cost for room and board and academics for the school district.
Thank you. All right. Yeah.
I'm wondering in the future if we could somehow make a distinction when the funds are coming from these specific federal funds and when they're coming out of the general fund. Just because when I look at these numbers, I always wonder, well, how are we paying for this? These are big numbers, and we know the kids need it, but I think that's a very different story for me than I had that I had understood, so I really appreciate.
Yeah, and I think CBO Kim can speak more to the budget than I can. I just know that, I think, we all would like for special education to receive more funding from the state and not encroach on the general education fund all the time. But it's something that, we do to ensure that our students' needs are being are met. And I know that CBO Kim and myself are meeting very frequently to better manage the special education budget to see it so that we can make informed decisions about not just the reactive decisions but informed proactive decisions based on some of our patterns of funds throughout the years. Because I think you're right? Would we rather spend $175,000 on a residential facility for a student, or would we rather be able to work towards building other programs within the school district? And so there's other ways to look at it, but what's challenging is we're always up against the fact of what do we do with students' needs when they're this significant? We have to be able to meet their needs, and so we have to build those programs. And so I always feel like education is like we're building a plane in mid-flight. And this is a really great example of it. And so we're doing our best. We have some great, I think, what the district has done is a phenomenal job, with the mental health programs and working towards the direction of really emphasizing the importance of mental health. We have an amazing mental health program at the elementary and the middle school and the high school level. The addition of our mental health specialist, Will Kaysen, at the middle school has been phenomenal. So I'm really seeing a positive direction. I don't think it's going to be perfect, but I don't celebrate perfection. I celebrate direction. I think we're actually moving in a really positive direction. And to only have 4 students right now in a residential facility, I'm celebrating that. Because that's a huge win, because over the past years, it's been typically 7 to 8 students in a year. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I move that we approve item 9F.
Just to clarify, the master contract between La Europa Academy and AUSD.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? The item passes, and we move to superintendent and board member reports. Dr. Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. Tonight I have a report about literacy. I had the good fortune to go watch a screening of a film that's coming out, a documentary around literacy, and literacy being a civil rights for all. And over in Berkeley last night from 6:30 to 8:30, I stayed till about 9:30 talking to the speaker and the folks who put the documentary together. And there's a little excerpt that I think speaks volumes about the importance of literacy. And at some point, I'd like to bring to the board a report about what we're doing in the area of literacy for all kids in our district. And so if we can take a moment, it's about a 2-minute excerpt, but I think it's really important that the board and the community take a moment to see literacy as the universal foundation for all excellence. So here you go.
One second, I'm going to change the settings for the volume. Sorry.
And in attendance last night, we had Berkeley in large numbers, we had Oakland, we had a few Piedmont, but we had Albany very proudly represented there. And so I felt very proud that so many teachers in our district was so enthused and committed to literacy and using a systemic approach to make sure all of our kids become literate by 3rd grade.
Of American kids struggle to read. We should succeed in seeing that every 8-year-old can read independently.
When I first started teaching in Oakland, there were 2 kids in my class of 35 who could read.
Larry ran to the cat.
My man Larry. I'm gonna say this right now on tape. My man Larry just read his first sentence by himself, and I'm very, very proud of him.
We have a lot of people who struggle to read. Why aren't we screaming and yelling about this?
In 35 years, we have gone backwards, not forwards.
It is a national problem that cuts across demographics, but it's painted as a minority issue. If it was a minority issue, then all these soccer moms wouldn't be spending $20,000, $30,000 to send their kids to private tutoring because they didn't learn how to read in school.
For as long as I can ever remember, I've wanted to be a teacher. This school is the lowest performing in reading in the district.
So this is a civil rights issue. We're really trying to figure out how to get Oakland kids to read.
We want them to be successful in this life. We want them to be better than us. Reading is everything. That's the foundation to everything in this life.
It has been said that illiteracy is one of the most solvable issues of our time.
What letter is it?
Why?
Yeah.
Everybody deserves the right to read. Literacy is for all. So that's what I've dedicated my life to. Frederick Douglass said, once you learn to read, you will forever be free. This is not a new fight. This has been going on for generations. Here's somebody, a newer teacher, who was desperate enough, and so she has to literally fly under the radar to teach kids how to read.
We want to make sure that all students have the opportunity to be with a teacher who has learned the science of reading in order to crack the code of reading.
The NAACP has a petition we're going to file. We're going to file it with the president of the school board with 8 demands. The question is today, do we have the political will and do we have the moral courage to use literacy as a vehicle to include all? This is the main thing. This is social justice.
Building your own. And the person who was just talking, Kareem out of Oakland, I had a chance to spend some time with him yesterday after the presentation, introduced himself, and I shared some of my background because one of the things I'm really got me into education was the literacy. And literacy is so critically important in my own research that when we talk about those who have a high rate of homelessness and high rate of the education, our education today and prison pipeline, it's all related to literacy. I had the good fortune when I was a teenager who masked my inability to read. It was a teacher, as I shared with so many people who know me, by the name of Miss Lee, who accused me of 2 things while I was her student. She accused me of being smart and brilliant. And she whispered in my ear and told me she knew my secret, that I didn't know how to read. And she spent some time with me with intervention, using the phonemic awareness and level books, and in months I became a reader. And when I developed literacy, it was nothing I couldn't do. After I did my tour in the United States Army as a frontline soldier, I went to college. And my junior year in college, I was on my way to being a banker because I felt as if I was around money, I would never have any want for money. But as I really began to grapple with what it is I wanted to do to life, I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to be a teacher like Miss Lee was a teacher. Fast forward, when I was an elementary school principal, I took over a school in Pittsburgh, California that made national news and front page news of San Francisco Chronicle. Because what I did when I arrived there, I saw the lowest test scores in the state of California there. And I asked my teachers, why do they think the scores are so low? And they said that most of them said and gave the typical response that we all give. Well, we're in a poor community. What do you expect? That's kind of parallel. And so I asked my teachers, all 40 of them, how many of them know how to teach reading? Because I was under the erroneous assumption that when you give the title teacher, that comes with the ability to teach reading, and that's not true at all. And so what I discovered when we were talking about our strengths, that almost 100% of my teachers didn't know how to teach reading, so I had to bring in some consultants along with myself. I happen to be a reading expert myself. A lot of people don't know that. And we created a professional development program. And what we did is that we trained the teachers weekly of how to teach reading through a systemic approach. Now they call it the science of reading. And it was through that systemic approach that we made the greatest academic gains in the state of California. And that year, the governor came to the school and gave me the Governor's Academic Achievement Award. We went from low performing to high performing. Now, here's what's interesting. The economics of that community did change overnight, but the quality of instruction it did, and it made a difference for the kids in that community. And so when we started to talk about literacy, some of the movements that we're having in the and about to have in our district, we would talk to the board about in the community very shortly here. And when I say shortly, within the next month or two. But literacy is a civil right, and all of our kids have a right to be literate. And those kids most in need, when we talk about equity, we have to shift our resources, and we have to bring in a strong professional development so that all of our teachers are very strong and competent and reach the level of expert so that our kids can benefit. And I thought this was important to put front and center because in our day-to-day, we have 1,000,001 things to do. How do we prioritize them? And how do we really fight to make a difference in all of our kids' lives? And that starts with literacy. My doctoral dissertation that was invited to the United States Public Congress was called Sufficient Reading Strategies for Deficient Readers. And so I do come with an expert background in the area of reading, and it's something I want to go back to in terms of my roots, because when we look at the data, our kids who are not making it are masked by so many kids who are making it. And when we talk about intentionality, we don't have the level of intentionality that I'm satisfied with right now to reach and advocate for our kids most in need. And it's not what we say, it's what we do. And we can do things a little differently to make a difference for all kids. So thank you for hearing me out on that.
Great, thank you for sharing. Glad you didn't end up as a banker for our sakes. I look forward to hearing more about the strategies that we're going to work on. I just have a couple of things. I wanted to thank everyone that participated in the Environmental Action Plan discussion last Monday, I think, and there is still an opportunity to provide input on the plan. I'm really excited about seeing it move forward as a plan, but also looking forward to seeing how we begin to figure out how to implement it. So that was a really great meeting. I also got to go to the lip sync challenge at the high school. That was a lot of fun. It's always a lot of fun to watch our kids have a good time, and especially to have a good time doing things that are not just about school and grades and test scores and all the other stuff we talk about. And then 2 events this weekend from some of our education funding groups. School Care held a dinner on Saturday evening to raise money and sort of replicate the Dinner with Albany model. So really want to thank School Care for their ongoing efforts to raise money in this sort of post-COVID reopening environment. And also the Albany Education Foundation had their annual event honoring their heroes and honorees for the year. So I just wanted to thank those organizations for continuing to help us meet the needs that unfortunately state funding does not allow us to meet. So that's my report.
I wanted to share with the board several meetings. It was a busy 2 weeks. And the first one was the Student Achievement Committee that met last Thursday. And because of so much work, the meetings have been extended to 2 hours now, as opposed to an hour and a half. So a lot was covered, specifically 3 areas. The committee first agreed to support an Albany High School student athletes tutor mentor proposal, which should be coming to the board soon. Second, we focused on the equity policy in small groups and once again chipped away at bringing that back to the board as well. And then there was a further discussion on how to make the listening campaign. You've heard, I think, at least those words, how to make that listening campaign a reality where more diverse voices of both parents and students come to the forefront in terms of how to make improvements around student success. Another meeting was the policy committee. And that meeting was an initial conversation, but also a deep dive into the interdistrict policy. And that will also be coming to the board at some point. And the last point I wanted to make is that for our diverse community here in Albany, I wanted to let everyone know that yesterday began the 5-day world celebration of Diwali. So once again, a learning moment. If you don't know what the Diwali is, you can go check it out after the meeting. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Doss.
I wanted to kind of share that there are a lot of different advocacy groups that currently exist within Albany. I was going to read over the ones that we have available here, and then go into some details about one in particular that needs more members. We have our Albany Asian Pacific Islander Parent Engagement Group. There is the Albany Disability Squad, the Albany Pride LGBTQ+. There's also the Black Parent Advisory Group, ELAC Parents, ELAC, and the Familias Latinas de Albany, as well as the Jewish Parent Engagement Group. Specifically, a group that needs more members and more participants is the Black Parent Advisory Group. And so this is kind of my call to action for people to get involved in that group. Parents, community members that want to be a part of support and change, please join that group. The objectives of the Black Parent Advisory Group are to work to create, foster, and promote equitable access to culturally responsive curriculums, innovative educational practices, academically rigorous learning environments, a community that embraces diversity and inclusion. Our primary focus is on addressing the needs and concerns of African American Black students and families. However, we are also dedicated to all student, family, and community development within our district. If you would like more information, you can reach out to me directly. I'll make sure to get you the information you need. You can also email AUSDBPAG@gmail.com, or you can visit the Facebook page. So I just wanted to make sure to mention that information so that parents can have an opportunity to get involved. And one other thing I wanted to mention during the report is that there are often times where students are the only student in the class representing a certain race. This happens in Albany often, more times than we would like, right, as we talk about diversity and equity and things. I think it's really important to be intentional about how that student feels and how we treat that student each day. Because it's really tough to be the only one in the room. Just kind of speaking for myself, often I'm the only person in the room for a lot of different reasons, right? Not just because I'm black, but for many different reasons, I could be the only person, in the room representing a certain demographic. I think it's really important to be intentional about how we treat that student, how that student feels each day when they come into the class. What we say to that student, how we interact with them, how we allow their classmates to interact with them. So just kind of thinking about that, being intentional, as we work to kind of remedy that as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson?
So first, Superintendent Wells, I really wanted to thank you for sharing that video, and I actually had the chance to substitute teach at the school they mentioned in there, Markham Elementary, just last week, and I was struck that the third graders did not know how to read, like at all. They cannot read. And I left thinking, I have a third grader at home who can read, and he has this support, and he is interested, and he has access to the world because he can read. And I have a first grader who picked up reading like that. And I thought, wow, that's really lucky for me, and I've built it in at home. But so many kids don't have that, and by third grade, where does that go? And so I'm really, really happy to hear that we're gonna kind of lead a new change maybe, or a shift in Albany, so that we don't have kids in our district who have to experience that. So that really resonated with me. And then we had a great safety task force meeting. Thank you to Deb Brill for leading that. Your meetings are excellent, by the way, very, very thorough and well run. So we broke into small groups. We talked about multiple entry points and active threat risk, emotional safety, site medical issues. So like if students have allergies, how's that communicated at our larger sites? And then traffic safety. And it just sort of started brainstorming. There was a lot of conversation. And this task force is representing so many different perspectives within our district, and I think we've got great conversations starting. We also were able to say, hey, look, this site medical issues, we feel like our sites are handling it. We can take that off this task force, so really narrowing down the focus. And I really look forward to what's coming next at our upcoming task force meeting.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd?
Thank you. No report from me. I'll just real quickly say thank you to the Familias Latinas de Albany group for hosting the celebración. It was really wonderful. I got the chance to, among other things, dance with the Spanish teachers for the last couple years of one of my daughters in the district, and it was just a wonderful community event. The music was great. I'm really hoping that it's something that will continue happening in future years.
Thank you. Student board members.
The student advocacy went to Marin Elementary School last week to gather student input about the campus, quality of the classroom materials / equipment, and thoughts about being next to high schoolers and also just their instruction in class. We visited classrooms 3rd to 5th grade over a span of 2 days with a group of 4 to 5 student advocacy members visiting per class. We accumulated much feedback on what is and isn't working for students, and our plan is to present these points to the whole board in the future.
And then as for next steps, the committee is working on scheduling the upcoming visits to Cornell and Ocean View Elementary School. And then also we hosted Alex Lee at our last meeting. She's a junior, and she's working on a civic initiative involving social studies that I will let her present at a certain time when she's up for it. But she did a great job explaining her position, and it was nice to have a student come in with a novel idea that we hadn't heard before, and we were able to have a productive conversation with her on almost an advisory sort of thing on like next steps, and yeah.
At the high school, college application workshops are held weekly in room 310. Stop by if you need any help reviewing your college essay, UC Insight questions, validating a D grade, or how to put your education information on your application. And then for Cornell, a community input session will be held on November 3rd, 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. about the playground installation happening next summer. It's going to be held in the multipurpose room. And then lastly, for Ocean View, the Fall Festival will take place this Saturday, October 29th, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. There'll be a lot of food and games and activity to enjoy, and everyone is welcome, so make sure to stop by.
And then I'd just like to add for the college application workshops, those are occurring on Monday, right after school, and then they also are doing weekly counseling sessions in the counseling office for more sort of specific questions, and those are happening at lunch on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So that'll be all for our report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We now open up to public comment on matters that are not on our agenda. So if you're here, you can come up to the podium. I'm going to start with, we do have one public commenter on Zoom. Okay, you should be able to talk, Stephanie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Good evening. So I'm speaking tonight on behalf of several other parents. We sent you an email 2 weeks ago where we've been asking the school district for months to make Marine's playground plans public on the school website so all the parents can see what the playground will look like. The plans are still not public. We also asked for partial modifications. Unfortunately, we were told that it was too late, that we should have spoken 5 years ago, but that's not an acceptable answer. The current playground does not protect students from heat waves. The California Department of Education recommendation is to plant enough trees that when mature will cover at least 30% of the areas used by children. The current design probably doesn't reach 10%. The design also includes 6,000 square feet of plastic turf and plastic mounds. And it was said by several of you, board members, that plastic turf does not make sense for elementary schools. And yet, we're in November and Marine has a huge plastic turf. They're gonna overheat on sunny days and they get hotter than asphalt. They contain PFAS and chemicals that are not safe for the kids. I think most importantly, research clearly shows exposure to nature is good for children's mental health, physical health, and academic performance. So if you want to increase the ability to concentrate, boost academic achievement, please build a green schoolyard at Marine. Right now, it's just asphalt and plastic turf. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I respond to that?
Sure. Just to remind the public for, since I didn't read this before, that because these are comments on matters that are not on the agenda, board members cannot discuss or respond to comments. It doesn't mean we're not listening. However, student board members are not subject to that restriction. So please go ahead, Trustee Dana.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I also have the same opinion, and I do think that it's really important to have grass at Marin. And so if there's any way, I know that I would have advocated for it if I had been on the board when this was passed. But because I was not, I would like to see the plans because I have not yet.
Thank you.
Let me just give a clarification. I typically, I'm not a board member, so I'm not restricted in terms of not responding. But I think when people do things that are very disappointing and surprising and shocked, it's quite troubling. What I did is I called this group and had a meeting with this group in the 11th hour to talk about the adjustments that we made, one of which is Stephanie mentioned that it's only 10% trees, we have almost looked like, I thought it was 40% trees. So when people come up there and misrepresent these facts, and if we don't counter it with the facts, folks really believe that we only have 10% shade. And so we've scheduled to meet with the group again. One of the things I did express and revisiting is asking why this group is coming in the 11th hour and what we can do in the future to have them participate like the other parents early on. But despite that, they did bring up some good points that caused us to make some changes, and we have a scheduled meeting coming up on the books with them, at my understanding, to give them an update and what kind of adjustments we made with greening our schools best we can at this point without stopping the project. But when these things are misrepresented, and I just feel compelled to share, that doesn't mean that they're not good ideas, that we can make some more amendments and consider that. And so I just wanted the public to have the other side of what we're doing, even in the 11th hour, because it's important to listen. And it's worthwhile.
Right. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. And if the information for that meeting can be, yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Great. Thank you. I will just reiterate that the board can't respond to any of this, but we are listening to everybody. So moving to our second public comment from Jeremiah. Yes, now you should be able to talk.
Thank you. Yeah, just addressing the board on things that are not on the agenda. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. I just want to congratulate the Albany High School volleyball team. Doing such a great job. You're definitely keeping up the tradition of Albany having a great volleyball team. Congratulations. I know there's a lot of hard work, practices. You know, I know sports myself. I played football, wrestling, and baseball, and I know how intense these sports are and what, the commitment it takes. So I just want to give you props. And also, you know, a couple things. I just want to remind the school board and the public the increasing dangers of fentanyl and our community. I know last month, or on the August 30th, we got a school board meeting, and I got to bring some public commenters in from El Dorado County. There was 3 mothers and a father that spoke about their high school seniors overdosing on fentanyl and passing away. And so I was just raising awareness, you know, if school board's still interested, it'd be great to have the One Pill Can Kill campaign come to Albany and do a high school assembly. I know there was something in Alameda County this past week regarding fentanyl and someone dying, a youth dying. So just want to raise awareness to that. And I just want to say one more thing about the school teachers and possibly students being CPR and trained or certified through the Red Cross or American Heart Association, AED, CPR, first aid trained. That goes for all teachers and high school students if that's a possibility.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to try to do this myself. Hang on. Next is Emalani.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm an Albany High School student, and I'm also part of the Student Advocacy Committee. I just wanted to bring to the board, like, an idea. I went with the SAC on a visit to Marin Elementary School, and the students expressed that there were, like, a lack of equipment for PE and for recess. They wanted things such as new handballs, basketballs, etc. I was a middle school student last year, and I know that a lot of our PE equipment was nearly unusable. For example, the basketballs were flat or taped up, and the frisbees were cracked and scratched. At the high school, we just got an entirely new weight room, which was extremely necessary as none of the equipment had been replaced in several years. This is true for a lot of our other gear. And as a student athlete, I know that I put a lot of effort, as other athletes do, into our sports. However, a lot of the equipment we use is worn out or sometimes non-existent. Earlier in the meeting, Drew said that the water polo team is even missing equipment, so they can't hold games at our pool. new equipment will encourage students to be more active in PE and it makes students better athletes. I think we should consider using some money to spend on renewing equipment for PE and recess. That's it.
Great, thank you. I love that the Student Advocacy Committee is bringing more students to our meetings. It's the best. All right. I don't see any other public comment on matters not on the agenda. So we move to our public hearings, starting with item 13A, public hearing to sunshine the negotiation proposal from CSEA to AUSD.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me now? Good evening, everyone. This is, we've seen these before. This is a sunshine, which means we are entering into negotiations with CSEA, and they have sent us the articles and the sections of the articles that they intend to bargain. And so our job here is to open a public hearing and take any public comment on this particular item, on their what they call an initial proposal.
Sorry, I know I'm supposed to open it. I have the wrong item open. All right, so first we're doing their reopener from them, from CSEA to AUSD?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm opening the public hearing on the negotiation proposal from the California School Employees Association to Albany Unified School District. Any questions from the board or any public comment? Seeing none, I don't have enough hands. Close the public hearing, and we will move to item 13B, which is the public hearing to sunshine the proposal from AUSD back to the California School Employees Association.
So in this item, if we can scroll down just a little bit, these are the articles here that the district wants to open for negotiations.
Thanks. I'm opening the public hearing to sunshine negotiation proposals from AUSD to CSEA. Any questions, public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and thank you very much. We move to item 14A, which is staff report on the FastBridge assessment data results from fall. Is this from fall, spring of last year? Both?
Both.
Anyway, I'll let you explain it. And as well as the recent FastBridge assessments from fall 2022.
While our Director of Professional Development, Michelle Sinclair, is getting her slide ready, many of you have been following the news around assessment and what's happening around our country, what's happening in our state and in our region. What we expected in general did occur, that because of the gross disruption of learning, there was a setback in learning in all categories. In Albany, we had a mixed baggage. Even in some of our data that was expected to take a step back, it actually took steps forward. And so we're going to look at some data that we're celebrating and some data that we have to hone in on and how we are going to respond to that data. So just some context before we get started.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, President Hinckley, Board Trustees, Superintendent Wells, and CBO Ms. Kim. Tonight, I'm going to be presenting on the district's FastBridge data. And the first part of my presentation will include longitudinal data from the beginning of last year, T1, through T3. And then my second part will include data from the beginning of this year, which will be fall T1. So FastBridge assessments, for FastBridge assessments, what I'm showing you tonight is called universal screening. So it's what we do 3 times a year, and we do it in the beginning of the year to see where our students are. It's a process of gathering data about all the students in the class, grade, and school, and the purpose is to determine readiness for Tier 1 instruction, also to identify students who need that extra boost in Tier 1, and then also to identify students who may need supports or extra services in Tier 2. It's closely tied to the MTSS, which I presented on last time. It's a really important piece of that process. I also want to add that a little bit about FastBridge assessments. So they're based on research. They're aligned with the Common Core standards, and they're computer adaptive, which means when a student enters the test, they are first given questions at the grade level, and then the test questions change according to their answers. So the tests have about between 30 and 60 questions on each testing occasion, and then it remembers the data on the student, and when they go to take the assessment again the next trimester, it picks up from where it left off. Just a little bit of background on that. The assessments I'm reporting on are called A Reading and A Math. So A Reading is it's an adaptive screener. It measures broad reading ability, which is why we're using this as a screener. It predicts overall reading achievement. At the elementary level, it targets concepts of print, phonological processing, phonics, vocabulary comprehension, et cetera. And then at the secondary level, it focuses more on orthography, morphology, vocabulary, and comprehension. A Math, kind of the same thing. It's an overall look at where the kids are, and it focuses on counting and cardinality, algebra, base 10, fractions, measure and data, and geometry. We also give other FastBridge assessments that I'm not reporting on today, but I want you to know that we use FastBridge in many ways. There's early reading and there's early math, and those both focus on early reading skills. Like for reading, it's concepts of print, phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency. Those are administered in kinder and first, and then early math assesses early numeracy, and it's focused on automaticity and accuracy. So I want to just keep in mind that the FastBridge data that I'm presenting is clearly one measure of a student's learning. We also use other FastBridge assessments, like I said. FastBridge has diagnostic assessments too. There are things called the CBMs, which are curriculum measurements, and they can report to us. We can use those more frequently, and we're starting to learn how to use the system a little bit more, and teachers are experimenting with this. So this is the longitudinal data. So we're going from T1 in the fall to T3, and these graphs show the line is what's considered a benchmark where we would expect students to be at that grade level. That's just kind of the baseline. And students in the pink would be under that or below benchmark, and then the students in the purple would be above benchmark. Keeping in mind that all assessment scores are estimates, and they include a varying standard measure of error, so we can't know a precise achievement level, but it gives us an estimate. So this is the last one was all of our district, where we stood there, and we had overall lost 2 percentage points during the year. And then this is broken down by school. Albany High School went up 7 percentage points. Albany Middle went down 2 percentage points. Marin down 2. Cornell up 1. And OV down 6, Ocean View. This is broken down by ethnicity. The Latinx subgroup looks a little bit differently. I had to pull the data different. Last year, FastBridge didn't break down by Latinx, but they have solved that problem. But I still was able to access the data. So the Asian population went up 1%, white down 1%, black down 6%, 2 or more races down 3%, and Latinx down 4%. This is in reading. A Math we're looking at now. As a district on the whole, we stayed flat the whole year. And then for our breaking down by school sites, Albany High School went up 1%, middle school down 2, Marin down 1, Cornell up 1, and Ocean View down 2. Broken down by ethnicity, Asian population held steady, white population went down 2, black up 2, 2 or more races went down 3 percentages, and Latinx down 8 percentage points. Okay, so the next slides I'm going to move into are the FastBridge fall data for this year. So this is our baseline for this year. The data is broken down by high school, middle school, and then elementary all combined. And then I broke it down by subgroups. So our basic subgroups of ethnicity, English learners, special education, and social economically disadvantaged. So just to be clear on what I'm showing here, a benchmark is the point in the score scales where a student's considered at grade level. So the green and the blue would be at or above, and then the red and the gold would be below. It's important to break down the data further as we examine this as sites so that we can pinpoint exactly where students are. Are they close to the benchmark? Are they far from the benchmark, right? This is just big data right now. So this is A reading 9th through 12th grade, all of high school, and we are showing 86.8% above benchmark and 13% below roughly. This is broken down by ethnicity. So our Asian population's at 88%, Black at 60.6%, Hispanic Latino at 74.5%, 2 or more races at 89%, and white at 93%. That's at and above. And I also broke down the numbers so you can see how many students that looks like when you're looking at the data.
Are you okay with questions during, or would you like to wait till the end?
I'd prefer to wait till the end. Okay. Which one? Okay. Yeah, sorry, I want to not take too much time. So this assessment is different than KASP. You know, this is a kind of it takes about 35 or 40 minutes to administer this test. Students are on computers. It's faster than KASP, and it's a more user-friendly platform, really. Can I go? This is broken down by special education and social economically disadvantaged. So we're showing 51% for special education at and above, 78% for socioeconomically disadvantaged. We're moving to A Math now for high school. This is all students are 89.9% above or benchmark. And then for English learners, we have 55.6% above benchmark. This is broken down by ethnicity for math. Asian population, 93% at or above. Black, 67.9%. Latino, 74.8%. 2 or more races, 90.2%. And white, 92.9% at benchmark. And again, the numbers are under there to look at later. This is broken down by special education and socioeconomically disadvantaged. So we have 57.2 for special education, and social economically disadvantaged 79.5% above benchmark. Now the middle school, all students for reading 88.7% above benchmark. For English learners, 53% above benchmark. Ethnicity for reading, middle school, Asian, 92.4% at benchmark. Black, 66.6% at benchmark. Latinx, 78.3%. Two or more races, 92.2%, and white, 90.9%. Again, broken down by special education for A reading, middle school, 54.6% above benchmark. And then socioeconomically disadvantaged, 82.2% above benchmark. Now we're breaking down math. All students at middle school, 85.1% at benchmark. 63.9% of our English learners are at benchmark. For our ethnicity groups, we have 93% above benchmark. Black, we have 66%, Latino, 73%, and two or more races, 84%, and white, 85%, roughly. For middle school special education, math, 35% above benchmark. Socioeconomically disadvantaged for math, 72.9% above benchmark. And then our elementary schools. All elementary schools combined, all students, 79.7% in reading at benchmark. 59.6% of our English learners at or above benchmark. And then broken down by ethnicity. For our Asian population, 84% roughly. Black African Americans, 71%. Latinx, 64.3%. Two or more races, 83.3%. And white, 85.9% at benchmark or above. And then for special education population, elementary in reading is 41.1%. And then socioeconomically disadvantaged, 70.2%. And then these are our math scores. 78% of all students are at benchmark or above. English learners, 62.6%. For ethnicity, our Asian students are 85.3%. Black African American, 62.8%. Latinx, 57.9%. Two or more races, 83.7%. And white, 86.3% are above benchmark. For our special education population, 50% are above benchmark. And socioeconomically disadvantaged, 62.4%. And that was a lot of data. So I'm sure you'll have questions, so I'll just kind of go on to what our next steps are. And we talked a lot about this last time we met, and I'm just going to kind of reiterate and maybe take you a little step further of what we've done so far. So data, we're continually looking at data, as you can see. We've taken this to site levels too, and site levels have been examining data, forming groups, target groups of who needs specific interventions and what kinds of interventions they need. We look at a lot of data, not just FastBridge. I just want to add that. And then MTSS, we're continuing to develop a common understanding of MTSS. Jen Gripman and I are going to present to the middle school on Thursday, and we're just giving, we want to make sure that everybody has a common understanding of what the system is, and then what UDL is, and how it relates to MTSS. So that's what we're going to be doing with the group on Thursday. We are working on anti-racist, culturally responsive teaching. We're finalizing plans with a trained facilitator to provide PD sessions for teachers and staff on infusing culturally responsive and racially sensitive practices into their work with students, families, and coworkers. That's at the high school level. For math, our coaches are supporting teachers at the Tier 1 level. They're focusing on equity-driven math instruction by providing curriculum training, resources and materials, and UDL support. And coaches are also creating opportunities for family engagement with math. The middle school is planning an event. and we're in the process of offering tutoring to elementary, middle, and high school levels. And that's what I have for you tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions, comments? Yeah, Trustee Dana.
Yeah, thank you so much for putting together this presentation. I just had one question. Well, first this one, and I'll let other people speak, and then we can come back around. But just for starters, when we're referring to like what we're testing in the A math exam, you mentioned automaticity. I'm not really familiar with how that concept would be applied in this sort of setting. Is it that like when students are answering math questions, they're expected to like do it really quickly? Are they timed on individual questions? Like how does that?
There's different kinds of testing that's done in math and with FastBridge. There are some tests that are testing on fluency, so they do want to time you and see some tests are timed and others aren't. So it just depends on what the students are taking. A reading is, I believe that there is a time limit on each question, which can change this type of test and the outcome also, just to
Right.
acknowledge.
I just wanted to know because every single time that I've taken this test, like I'm reading this now, but every single time that I've taken it, I hadn't considered the fact that all of my questions were being timed. And I think that might change, how students perform or, so, yeah.
I'm not as familiar with the high school one, so yeah, I'd have to look into that. But there's also another test called auto reading that I think you take. Yeah.
But I don't know. It's food for thought, but
yeah.
Maybe if we were informed of that, it would skew something.
We're talking about testing protocols too. That was just a conversation we were having, Patty.
Yeah, Trustee Garcia Bustamante.
I was wondering, are teachers given the results of the tests that the students took in spring and the fall to assess where the baseline of where everyone is?
Oh, that's a really good question. So what you can see are called growth reports. So teachers can go in and they can see all their current students and they can see the growth last year. So it's actually kind of a cool system where you see their growth numbers, and then that is given a percentile of growth. So a student could have be in the advanced level, but still had very low growth, and they would be in the red or high risk for growth. So teachers can see that. And we're just in the process of kind of learning that. That's a new, this platform's pretty new, so we worked on that earlier in this year.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Vice President Duran.
Ms. Sinclair, the first thing I wanted to do is thank you because you provided the actual numbers of students. That's super informative, and it helped me just to make some more information here, which is, first of all, in reference to what the superintendent showed us earlier, the reading literacy clip, they said for those students that aren't, we should be screaming and yelling. And I know for the 4 years that I've been on the board that I didn't scream and yell, but I really wanted to, because we do look at patterns here, and we see pretty much the same students. And in terms of percentages, it's really easy to see the pattern for African American students. It's there continuously in reading and math across the grade levels. In terms of other students like Latinos, it becomes more prominent when you look at actual numbers because we're a larger population here in the district. And that's why I really appreciated your numbers as well, because ultimately, we really need to consider individual students, not percentages. I mean, that's super important. It gives us one way of looking at things, but also in terms of individuals. Because we find that in the end, it really does go across the board, even though we see it consistently for African Americans, for Latinos, for students with learning differences, for students that are from an economically background different than the majority of students here in Albany, and for English learners as well. And all those numbers add up, but when you really look one by one, you find there's white students here too that are not performing. There are Asian students that are not performing. So in looking at those numbers for fall specifically of this year, there is so many students. For Albany High School, there was 118 students below benchmark. That's a significant number. AMS, there was 82 students, and 88 in math at the high school. 82 students in reading and 90 in math at AMS that are at risk or high risk, some risk or high risk. At elementary, in reading, there's 203 students below benchmark in reading and 269 students that are below in math. And so, you know, when we think of our individual children, that becomes very disconcerting. And so I wanted to sort of ask you several questions, and I'll just ask you one for now, about how are we doing things different from 4 years ago? I know you weren't here then, but how are we making a real difference for our students today? The assessments are great, and the assessments tell us we really need to get moving. And in fact, though, it was pretty flat line from last year and even went down a couple points. So my question is, what are we doing different in the classroom where we're targeting every single one of these individual students to make them have that same potential to be successful as the rest of the students in the district?
Let me take that, some of that. 4 years ago, one of the things we did about 3 years ago when we assessed what we had that was working really, really well, we decided to build upon that. Where we saw some major challenges was the lack of uniformity around assessments, so we brought in assessments, some of what you see presented today. And so what teachers now do, they engage in what we call the best evidence-based practices that exist in all of our research, and that is when teachers collaborate, look at the data, and have a response to the data, honing in from an equity perspective those kids most in need, with some additional support. And that's very different from what was going on 4 years ago. And so we're kind of doing that across the district and kind of and starting to change the culture. We're not doing it yet with fidelity, but I'm hoping by the end of the year, we're there in a spirit of fidelity. And so that you would start to see adjusted practice and significantly increased scores in all categories. That's one of the biggest things that we're doing in terms of a systemic approach to addressing our most needy kids based on the data.
Yeah, and I'll add that for reading, what's different from, I taught here 10 years ago, and so what I see as being different is that we're using a more systematic approach to our interventions in reading. We are using the SIPS program. We have phonics in K2 now. We're pushing it into third grade too. We're looking more at evidence-based reading, and we're trying to respond to that. And we still have work to do, but we are doing it. So that's something I feel really proud of. We're funding where the need is. I feel like the shifting in where our reading intervention goes is more focused on the students who are in need rather than equally at each site. I think that those are a couple things. We're really looking at math right now because I feel like we're very active in reading and not as active in math, and I'd like to improve that. So I'm excited about having coaches now and starting to have that discussion, and we're meeting regularly and working on some strategies for that. But yeah, I think things have changed, and then COVID hit, and I don't want to use that as an excuse. And last year was a difficult year as well with the pandemic. We had a lot of absences. We had teacher absences, we had student absences, we had quarantines, we had, So I feel like that was a bit of a lost year, although it was really good for social, emotional, and getting back into the groove of school. So I'm hopeful.
And one of the things here that's evidence, even in our board backups, we didn't have these level kind of discussions about data. And that came about 2.5 years ago. where data is not something that's secret or secretive. We demystify the whole process, and we're very transparent in sharing with the board and the community the results of our data, this being one of many examples.
Trustee Doss?
I have a few questions. I'm going to break them up so that it's not like, overwhelming. One of my questions is, you talked about the test a little bit in terms of the questions change, as the student is taking the test. So as they get more questions correct, do the questions get harder? And as they get questions wrong, the questions get easier?
That's my understanding. I don't know the exact science behind it, but that's what I've read about it, that it adapts to the student. So then the students the questions will get easier. If they get a wrong answer, it will take it down a notch. And then if they get right, it brings it back up, is my understanding.
So then I guess my question is, how, it seems like it would be like tougher to kind of score where students are. So is there like a cutoff?
It's an algorithm, and that it's done within the system, so we don't score it ourselves. We do score the early reading and the early math for the younger students. Those are given one-on-one, and those are scored. But the rest of the tests are computer adaptive. So second grade and above get computer adaptive tests, and early reading and early math is in kinder and first grade, and those are given each student's individual one-on-one. I'm not sure exactly. I hear what you're saying about the adaptive tests. I don't know all the technology behind it, but it is research-based, and I don't know.
Yeah, I guess my kind of question, and maybe how it seems like it would be a little confused. Like if you have students where they're taking the test and the questions are going, or they're getting them wrong, the questions they're going this way, and then you have students that are taking it where they're going this way, but then you group those scores together, and then those are the scores that we get. It seems like those should be separated so that we can kind of see where.
I believe it's all adjusted based on what the students answer, but I can't explain the science behind it, sorry.
It's fine. I think that's the point. So that was one of my questions. And then one of the other questions is, when you're talking about the black students and 2 or more races, so if a student is half black and half white, are they just in that group of 2 or more races, or are they also counted in the black category, in the white category?
It's how the parents answer, sorry.
It's how the parents and or student fill out the form and how they want to be identified.
But they're not overlapping categories. I think what he's asking is, could a student appear in more than one?
Oh, no.
So the parent would answer either black or 2 or more races. So the same child wouldn't appear twice in the data.
Yeah.
Okay, so if a student is black and white and they mark 2 or more races, then they're in the, but it's just based on how they mark it on the test. It's not based on how we have them in our system.
How we have them in our system is how the parents identify them. So it's up to families to identify their students. So if there are 2 races, they could still identify black, or they could identify white. It's up to the families.
The reason why I asked that question is if you look at the scores, right, then if you look at the 2 or more races versus just specifically black, the scores are much higher. And so I guess there has to be students that are black and white or black and Asian or black, there has to be but the scores seem to be so different, so much, higher and lower based on those 2. So I guess I was just curious as to how we're distinguishing that. I guess I could ask a question of why those numbers are so different, but I don't know if we'll actually be able to answer that, right?
Yeah, it's a hard category to break down because you just don't know.
It's a hard breakdown.
Well, I know that I'm considered 2 or more races, and I'm Latina and white. So there's also that as well. There's a whole cesspool of different people that.
Right, and it just depends on like how you, if you like, want to mark one or the other, or if you want to mark both, then it puts you in a different category.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said that students are not, the categories, they don't overlap. Does that still apply? Let's say if you're white and then socioeconomically disadvantaged, like will you not get counted in those both?
The socioeconomically disadvantaged is regardless of race, of ethnicity, so it's separate.
Oh, good question.
Yeah. You can see that if you added up all our students and then you added up all the ethnicities, you're still going to see a shortage because there's other ethnicities that we don't report on, like Native American and Filipino, because we don't have enough students to report.
For a particular category, but they do fit into our overall scores.
Yeah, just not in the ethnicity scores. There's also a category called other. So.
Okay. Another one of my questions is the low risk. Kind of distinguish. What is that really like? What does that mean in terms of like low risk? So they have a low risk for dropping like kind of below, or what does it mean when a student is low risk, and how do we address that concern?
Yeah. They're not above grade level, but they're above the benchmark, but they're not necessarily as high as the other category, which is, I think, called advanced, right? So they're not advanced, they're one level below, but they're still above benchmark. So they're where we want them to be.
So if a student is low risk, do they qualify for the interventions that we have in place?
Normally not.
Why not?
Because that's still considered at grade level. So we don't have enough resources to go that high. And the low risk, I think the low risk identity is just saying like, this student, we're not guaranteed that this student is going to stay in this category, but right now they're in this category at above benchmark, right? So they're a little bit lower and towards the benchmark, which means there is a chance of falling off because this data has a definite standard of error. So I think it's just a language thing, but they are at benchmark.
So my follow-up question to that one would be, if we have students that are low risk, instead of waiting for them to fall below, that feel like they should qualify for certain, interventions that we have in place so that they don't fall below, so that they move up into the next. It seems like it'd be easier to move them up into the next category when they're low risk versus waiting until they fall below the benchmark and then trying to pull them back up.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. We do for some risk, like we start with high risk, right? When we're providing interventions, we look first at high risk because that's we want to get those kids first. And then depending on how much capacity we have, we go higher and higher. That's how we do it. And so we don't always, it just depends on the year, it depends on how many students, it depends on how much FTE we have, and that we go as high as we can go.
All right, so I'm going to push back a little bit. And we're just having a conversation. I'm not,
Yeah, I hear you.
We've said like a few times, like, this is how we do it, this is how we've always done it. But how we do it and how we always have done it isn't really doing what we wanted to do. Like, we are looking for something different because we're looking for different results, because we're trying to pull the students from that aren't where we want them to be. We're trying to pull them up. But we've been consistently talking about doing the same things that we've been doing, and this is what we always do, and this is how we've always done it. So I guess what I'm pushing back and looking for is, can we approach it a different way? Can we try and think about things differently? Things that we haven't always done, or approach it in a way that we haven't always approached it. And I'm not expecting you to have all the answers right now, right? Because we're just kind of talking about it. But that's one of the things that I would like to see, like, hey, this is how we've always done it, but this is how we're gonna, try and do it, like a little differently. The example that I was thinking about, like when I looked at this, was if somebody is hanging off of a cliff and I can reach and grab their hand, it makes more sense for me to reach and grab their hand when they're closer to the top than to wait until they fall further and then have to get like a rope and then throw the rope down and then pull them up because I let them fall further down. Why not just reach and grab their hand and pull them up?
Well, so that's where I'm going to bring in MTSS, because the idea is that at a tier 1, we still should be providing intervention at tier 1. So we would expect in a classroom that students' needs are all being met there. So teachers are pulling small groups and focusing their teaching towards students' identified needs, right? So that would be my answer to you. And then pulling out for intervention might not necessarily be the best strategy for students who are in that low risk. They just might need a boost in their tier 1 classroom. That might be the best strategy.
Yeah, because I think we had that conversation before. We were talking about the intervention. So one of the things that we currently do for intervention is that and we talked about this before, where we pull a student from one place to give them intervention on something, and then they improve in that, but then they might go down in whatever class that we pulled them from. So then we have to give them intervention for that by pulling them out of another spot. So maybe, kind of looking at that differently, saying, hey, we're not going to pull you from anywhere. We're going to give you the interventions that you need so that you can, be, where you need to be. So kind of being creative about how we figure that out, because that's going to be something different than what we've usually done, because what we usually do is pull a student from one place to give them intervention on another thing, and then, it's like a continuous kind of like, cycle. So kind of thinking about that.
We try to reserve intervention for the student for a targeted need, right? So, and it should not be all year long. It should be in cycles, because ultimately we want our students in the classroom, and we want them engaging with the rest of the students with what the teacher's teaching. So the targeted intervention should be targeted to a specific skill, to a specific strategy, and then the student should be coming back when we're constantly looking at data and moving students.
Okay, great. My next question is around the special education. The percentages, I think that you posted the numbers, but I don't think I got a chance to really, kind of take a look. So when we're talking about like the special education, it's separated, by school, and then is there one where it's all grouped in the district-wide, or is it separated?
The elementaries are grouped together. That was better because we could get higher numbers, because we didn't want, the numbers would be too low to report on. So the elementaries are all together, and then middle school and high school are separate.
You mentioned that there was other data that we were looking at outside of the FastBridge assessment. Can you talk a little bit about the other data that we use?
Yeah, there are other FastBridge assessments we use. We use what are called the CBMs. We use auto reading, auto math, et cetera. And then we use local assessment in the classroom. We have online programs will have an assessment system built into them, so teachers use that. We have what are called DBA, district benchmark assessments. Teachers do those. There's end of unit assessments. There's spelling tests. There's writing. We do a writing assessment every trimester. So there's a lot of other kinds of assessments that teachers take into account when grading.
Oh, my last question. You talked about that you were finalizing who's leading the anti-racist cultural responsive teaching. Is that like down to one specific company or group, or are we still in the process of vetting different places?
Yeah, I have a consultant. I'm just working on the contract.
Trustee Boyd.
Thank you, Director Sinclair, for this presentation and for staying in the hot seat. Just 3 questions, please. So on the subject of the anti-racist PD facilitator, I know you said that that's just happening at the high school. Could you just speak a little bit about how it was decided to just have that happen at the high school as opposed to also at the middle or elementary schools?
I'm hoping that we can do more than that eventually, but it's a starting place. And the principal requested that. And I think it's something that he is feeling is highly needed. I can't speak to the past, but maybe Dr. Wells can.
Yeah, it was something that I instructed folks that we needed to do. One, because we have some urgent matters that need to be addressed yesterday. And two, we want to use this as a pilot and look at how it was rolled out so that we can eventually roll it out throughout the district with some local experts who do this work and monitor it. It's important that we talk about racism and not run from it. And when we have climates that pop up with these kind of issues, it's important that we don't just ignore it. So we have a professional coming in who can come and help create a conversation about it and how to address these kind of issues. And so we can look at our own biases and things of that sort. And so we are moving in the direction of not just having it isolated at the high school, but in terms of what was needed in terms of a 911. I instructed staff to go out and get this particular person to do this work immediately at the high school because we couldn't wait any longer.
Thank you both for that. The second question was if you could just describe what sort of outreach happens when a student gets a some or high risk category assessment. Is there like, if a student tests in this place, this is, the family is contacted and these sort of resources are offered. Is there any sort of systemic or systematic response that happens just based on a, high risk or some risk? Does it differ based on school level, or is it not individual students and families, but more kind of, like in an MTSS sort of way, you're looking at the classroom overall, like is there an individual sort of person by person?
Yeah, I could really speak to the elementary on this, and I'll start there. So at the elementary level, we look at the data as soon as it comes in, and the sites are doing that right now, and they are identifying the students with the highest need, and our intervention teachers look at it. They actually look at it first before they start forming groups. And so when if the student is qualifying for an intervention group, then the families will be contacted by the interventionist and the teacher, or either or sometimes both. And then we begin services as soon as pretty quickly. But we're coming up now to this data we're looking at now, we're coming up to conferences. So this will be a big topic for conferences. So that's when we start looking at the teacher might strategize with the families. The teacher will have their own strategies if the student's not receiving interventions. We'll talk to the family about it. If needed, if it continues, we might call an SST on the student, and then we'll meet as a team, and we'll wrap all our minds around it, develop strategies, make a plan. It just depends on where that particular student is, but we individualize it.
And just, we use the SST in the education community quite rapidly, but it's an acronym for Student Study Team. Some people call it Student Success Team, but we call it SST.
Yeah, sorry, acronyms.
Thank you. And so was that specific to the elementary level, that's the sort of response, and the responses would be different in the middle and high?
Well, I know that middle and high school also hold SSTs. I'm not sure exactly how their processes of communicating, so I can speak to the elementary schools, but middle school has a similar system, I would believe. I mean, I know that through my own children, but the students are identified in the class. If the strategies in the class aren't working, it's either brought to a team. Some schools have a team, what's called a coordination of services team, and that's where the student might be discussed. Strategies are developed, and then we go back and try. What we do in SSTs is we set goals, and then we make a commitment to meeting again, and so we'll call the families back.
Thank you. So just the last follow-up on that one, just to make sure I'm clear. So would you say for that, pretty much, for every student who's in a high risk or some risk is getting that sort of assessment, that each of those students/families are getting some sort of an individual, recognition that this has happened and some sort of a suggestion for, next steps.
Yes, I would say that.
Thank you. My last question is a nuanced one, and nuances are difficult, so I'm going to try to say it with the right words and everything, but just say from the outset that it's a nuanced, complicated question. So it's about the assessment scores for students with disabilities. And I'm wondering whether, and I would love to hear what you think, and Dr. Biggs, I'm not sure if you'd like to comment as well, but I'm just wondering how, and I think there are probably multiple answers to this question, how you would suggest that we take in these numbers and these percentages. Is this a fair way to be evaluating students with disabilities? Should there be different types of assessments that we're looking at? If we are getting these lower percentages, does it mean that we're not providing enough resources to students for them to thrive? Is this not an appropriate way to be even evaluating the success of our students? And, I think it's complicated. I think 10 people could answer it 10 different ways. I'm just wondering if it's possible to just have some sort of some sort of a universe or an umbrella or of how we might think about these numbers.
I can start, and then Dr. Biggs can come.
Let me give some clarification on some of the issues. And I appreciate the question, first and foremost. What we have in special education, for example, you have two basic tracks. We call them diploma tracks and non-diploma tracks. The diploma tracks are the kids we assess. The non-diploma tracks, we don't assess them because of their unique needs and that kind of thing, because that would not be ethically sound, as you figured that out. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Biggs, who can go further, but I wanted to make that distinction.
Would you like to go first? Well, I was going to talk about goals in an IEP, but do you want to do that?
That's exactly what I was, that's perfect, yeah.
You go, you're the professional.
No, I think, to kind of piggyback off what Dr. Wells is saying, every student.
You have to move in front of the
thanks so
microphone.
much. Every student is unique. And, we have a spectrum of students with various different learning abilities, some that are working towards the Common Core standards and others that are working on pre-academic skills that have different, end results. One is a certificate of completion, the other one is a high school diploma. For our students that are working towards the Common Core standards and really helping elevating their learning differences with compensatory strategies, we utilize multiple data points. And so, the FastBridge assessments are great data points. This doesn't give us a full picture. We also have a great analysis of a student's present levels of functioning based on our own standardized assessments that we do at initial IEP, as well as every 3 years. And what that drives is areas of need and subsequent goals that are specifically designed to be ambitious for that student in light of their unique circumstances. And so we do progress monitoring. And so that's looking at various different data points, maybe utilizing something from the FastBridge in collaboration with, probes based on the baselines, teacher feedback. It all depends on what that goal is. So I love data. And data can be really great. And so our teachers, what they do is they collect all these pieces of data to really make informed decisions about those specific students. So I think, the goals that have specific baselines as well as progress monitoring really help provide a huge picture of the students' learning abilities.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, all three.
I have a couple. Are you done? I have a couple of short questions. One is I noticed that, so not all of the kids take the tests because the numbers of students, total students, are quite a bit lower than our student population. Mm-hmm. And also, they're not the same for reading and math. So for example, at AMS, 730 students, I don't remember our exact number of middle schoolers, but it's more than that, took English, but only 606 took math. And then at AHS, an even smaller percentage took the test overall. 892 took reading and 796 took math. So I'm curious who's not taking the tests, and then whether there are any patterns in that we might want to be thinking about.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when I saw the data, and I'm not, Fastbridge is still fairly new, and I think we didn't have consistency, and I noticed even in T1 there was a little bit less, and I'm wondering about, I don't know the answer to that for high school. For elementary, we do give it to all students. If a student is consistently absent, we can't get them within the window, they might be short, but for the most part, we do. And then also, some students with IEPs may not be taking the test for some reason, or there might be, little variances here and there, but for the most part, elementary does and middle school does. Now, for high school, they take it in certain classes, right? So I'm not sure. I have to look into that a little bit more.
And as a high school, seniors don't take it.
I can provide, some feedback on that, but essentially, I remember I was absent one of the days that we took the Fastbridge, and I just never had an opportunity to take it again because it was in a math class, and the math classes at the high school, as we all know, are very, rigorous. And so that was my experience with the math Fastbridge, and I don't remember, I think it was last year, but that was one thing. So often because these are being taken in class, specific classes, and then those classes have goals, it's you can't use any more class time to be taking that. I also was, I don't know why I was absent twice, but one of them was for math last year, and then one of them was for English, or the reading one. But I remember that one, my teacher just assigned it to me to do it at home. And so I did it at home, but that also felt kind of strange to not be in a sort of proctored environment. But those are my two strange experiences, both taking it when being absent and also just being absent for it.
So maybe for the future, I think it would be helpful to have that information and then present it. I think maybe especially for the high school, partly because if we know that not all students take math, so then are we looking mostly at results for students who are continuing in math or not, and how might that, I think especially given that we're now getting numbers of students who are at risk, I think it's important to remind people that we can't just add across those rows, right, because we're missing a group of students.
Yeah.
And we can't assume that all those students are fine. So I think that would just be helpful information to have. And also when I was doing this, for some reason I didn't notice it the first time I read this, but so the reading at elementary, we do 2nd through 5th grade, but math we do K and 2nd through 5th?
Yeah, because for kinder and first for reading, we use early reading. And then last year we used early math for kinder and first also. So that last year's data will show that. And then I didn't report on that data. We didn't use it consistently enough where the numbers were kind of wonky, so I didn't put that in there. But this year we switched to A math for kinder. So that's going to be a little bit different.
Okay, got it. And then just a question about the data from last year and where it shows, the progression over the 3 times a test was given. So I assume built into this is a goal of progress. They're not getting the same test each time,
no.
Right? So I'm curious about the fact that we see mostly it seems like the groups stay about the same, but then there are some exceptions, in particular for Ocean View, and then district-wide for reading, African-American students, fell quite a bit just during the year, so not even talking about from year to year. And so how are we interpreting that? what would our sort of baseline hope be? That we're keeping the same percentages throughout the year, and that means we're sort of making adequate progress? And then how are you thinking about the categories where students are actually, we can see them losing ground in the data during the year?
Yeah, we looked at that and we've red flagged that as well. Dr. Wells and I were talking about this. One thing that I came up with, I started researching it because I thought, what could have affected that? What could have? These are students back in school, right? But we did, I think it's really important to note that we did have very high absent rates, and we had a lot of quarantines. And so I can think that that might be a factor. We also had teachers out. We also had sub shortages. We had, so it might be that. It's really hard to say, but I hear what you're saying about that, yeah.
And we looked at it like from the perspective, what would be different from a normal year? And what was different is what Director St. Clair just described. A large number of teachers were out excessively, quarantined. Subs were a rarity, so kids' learning was consistently disrupted, even though they were back, because of these kinds of things that we would call an anomaly, because they don't happen during a normal year, or what we used to know as normal.
Yeah, that's helpful. I guess and maybe this is just my overall impression of the data, which is the same thing other people I think have hinted at, or said outright, which is, there are gaps in how we're teaching different groups of students. And so I hear what you're saying about last year being disruptive, but it's clear that disruption is having a stronger effect on some students than others. And I think it's really, the Fastbridge assessments are so helpful to us because they do allow us to have that window into what happens during a school year instead of looking at perhaps very different groups of students from year to year, and they don't take the test every year. And so this is incredibly valuable. And so I think it's important to draw out the instances where we are seeing that if it is because of disruption, if it is because of absences, if it is because of structural things that are happening in the district, that we should use this opportunity to ask ourselves again, why does that impact some of our students more than others? And I know those are the questions you're grappling with, but I think it's important to call it out when we see it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Trustee Dana.
I'd just like to add something. You asked before whether the tests were the same each year. I've actually had a different experience. A lot of students and I don't mean to undermine anything about like the valuableness of the tests, but I definitely have taken the test and been like, these are the same questions that were on the test 6 months ago. And I think a lot of students, when taking the test, kind of have that perspective. And so it almost creates a sort of dynamic where it's like, oh, I'm not going to try because it's just, I don't know. Unali, do you?
No, I've had a similar experience. I feel like a lot of times, it's not like I'm memorizing these problems, but like I recognize them. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I did that like a couple months ago. And I feel like what you said, it kind of like, it makes students kind of just like not take it as seriously just because like, oh, I've like, it's kind of repetitive. But that's just the two of us. It could be a different experience for other people.
But I don't know. I just wanted to acknowledge that because I feel that is a student experience when, taking it.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Vice President Duran?
We've had the pandemic. We've had all these reasons why the kids aren't doing well. But I'm going to say it again. 4 years ago, the kids of color in particular weren't doing well academically. It hasn't changed. Whatever the pandemic, et cetera, it's the same today, as well as other students that I've noted. So it is super important that we drill down as deep as we possibly can. The district has a lot of resources, specifically money that we got from the state. And I think we really need to look at that money and see how we can support these students even more. I know in terms of, at the federal level, I've read that they have said urgency should be at the top of everyone's mind in terms of addressing the post-pandemic results academically that so many students dropped. And of course, they dropped even further than what our students did in Albany, but still. And so I had a couple of things I wanted to ask you in terms of our going forward. You had mentioned that there's going to be some type of tutoring for the students. Is this an extended day? Is this after school? What are the plans at the different levels? That's the first question.
I'm going to let Dr.
I take
Wells.
that because we've been really working hard on that. We have coming to the board, I think November 8th, a tutoring program for after school, and we are exploring Saturday schools in the area of ELA and more specifically math as well. And so that's what we're working on to roll out hopefully by December, no later than January. And so that will be coming to the board with the monies that was in one of our block grants that we received this year. And so that will be coming hopefully next board meeting, and we can walk the board and community through all the details of how we're rolling that out for our kids.
Are we going to be following these students individually until they're successful? You know, because sometimes we drop students. I mean, we keep them in a intervention program, and the moment that they hit a certain score or whatever, we take them out. But should we not be following those students? And is there a way of following to be sure that they are being successful?
Well, one of the ways we monitor and check in is through the multiple assessments that we administer throughout the year. And so the short answer is yes. I think the bigger question and the more poignant question is, what are we doing differently, more specifically for groups of students, i.e., let's call it what it is, our black students. And we do have a plan that's developing, because one of the things that Dr. Shin said when she first came over from whatever the name of that district is, I forget the name of it, that we have so few black students that we have a unique opportunity to do something really special for all these kids, meaning no one should be falling through the cracks here. And so we're finally grappling with how do we do that. And I'm happy to say we made some progress even as late as this afternoon, but we're looking forward to bringing that to the board, because we are bothered and troubled when we look at the data for the last 10, 20 years. It is the same, especially when it comes to our black students. And our black and brown students, or our historically disenfranchised students. And so, and then what we noticed is that we did nothing different that was really intentional, that would disrupt the kind of results that we're getting. And so we're working on that being a priority, and happy to bring to the board some of the excitement that we are having discussions about what are we doing differently to get different results for all our kids, especially those kids who are historically disenfranchised.
Two last ones, questions. The superintendent of Los Angeles suggested a different way of approaching the problem, or looking at it in a different way. He said we should look at those students that are performing well, that are peers of these students demographically and socioeconomically. So for example, to your point about African American students, whether it's mixed race or not, that are doing well, we should be looking at some of those factors of why are those students performing differently than other students. And that's just sort of a food for thought from the superintendent of LA. That's something he's going to be exploring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a big topic right now. The state data, the state released the dashboard and the state data, and you can access that now. And there's a lot of talk. I've been following all this, and there was a statement by the San Francisco superintendent too. So we'll be watching what other districts are doing.
I caution us about some of the large district superintendents, some of which I know. While they spend the next 5 years exploring and talking about it, our kids don't have that kind of time, and we have to do something like tomorrow. And so that's the approach we're taking that would be different from LAUSD superintendent.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the idea, truly. The last area is really focusing on the family. You had mentioned you bring in families. I mean, we've done bringing in families for the last 30 years in education. How is it different today? And I never let parents off the hook or families off the hook. I think they have a responsibility in terms of helping their children improve academically. But I'm wondering how the district is going to really work in a different way with our families that really need more resources.
Let me just give you an example and some evidence around this work that has made a difference in the last 2 weeks. We often wonder why we can't get our parents of color involved. And so we had some discussion with staff and community members and said, everything that's old school is not bad. It's not always about the new school. Let's go back old school. This modern technology just doesn't work. We can send out emails, we can send out text messages, and we still don't get the numbers. Let's go the way we did it when we came up. We would pick up the phone and have conversation with folks. And in our PBAC, for example, just recently, we decided to do that. And we got a record number of Black parents coming up, almost about 30, I think, Trustee Boyd. And so we're going to continue with that old school process of getting, because now they're fired up, they're active, they want to be involved, they adhere to the call, but it took that personal relationship, having a conversation with folks, it matters, that made a difference. Like, hey, we really need, what can we do to get you here? Our kids depend on you. We need your advocacy. That kind of work by one of our people who we have a lot of respect for and soliciting others, we're going to go back old school, picking up the phone, calling our parents, telling them why it is we want them here and how they can make a difference and how they can contribute. It's not always with money. Most of the time it's with your time and effort, and that's what we're asking our parents, and they're appealing to that. And we're anticipating having more. And so I was just reinvigorated with the possibilities when our parents are involved in the way they were last week.
Yeah, and I would add to that that as a principal, it's really important to target, like when you're forming your your site council, to target families of color and families that are representative of your students, right? So that was a priority for me. I think it's a priority for our principals. And also, I think that through the work of cultural competency, anti-racist teaching, teachers are more cognizant of that, of pulling in families of color and making sure they're engaged. I would say it's much more intentional now than when I was here 10 years ago, but that's anecdotal.
And I'm going to say this for the last thing about the parents. They came with a range of experience and expertise and background, ranging from being attorneys to being PhDs to being parents with multiple jobs. They made the sacrifice for their kids because they saw an opportunity to get involved. And when somebody called them who they can identify with, it makes a world of difference. It goes to why diversity is so critically important in a district like ours.
Great, thank you. We are a little bit over time on this item, but this is an ongoing critical conversation for our district. So thank you so much for pulling this together and look forward to the next phase. Yeah, I see your hand. Trustee Doss.
The video, there was the video that played, that was played earlier. One of the comments that the teacher made, it stood out to me, where he said that the soccer moms just spend $20,000-$30,000, and it's you remember you heard that comment, right? And so I understood where he was coming from, and it was like a little bit of a joke, but not really, in terms of when a student is struggling and they have means, right? When we talk about like socially, disadvantaged, when a student is struggling and the family has the means to make up the difference, well, then they make up the difference, right? And then that solves the problem in almost all cases, right? Like if they're struggling in math, they hire an expensive tutor, or they send them to Mathnasium, or which is like an expensive, program, or Tilden, or whatever it is. Like they just pay for it, and all those things are really expensive. They make up the difference. So I guess my question is, if parents with means do that and it fixes the problem, it works, then we know how to fix the problem. Because it's often we have these conversations and we talk about all this stuff and we're like, we're trying to fix it, we're trying to figure it out. It's a difficult problem. It's happening all over the nation. It's happening all over California. We're not sure exactly how to fix it. We know how to fix it. It's just expensive because the people with money fix it. And their kids don't just struggle. They fix it, but it's expensive. So I guess my question is, because we have such a small number of students that aren't passing, are we willing to commit financially what it would actually cost to fix the problem, like the soccer moms?
I'm laughing because he must have been in that meeting in that room. We just didn't see him.
Yep.
Wait till November 8th because we had that conversation and we have committed with some agencies, quite expensive though, to do just what you, as a proposal, to do just where you barking. And I'm just smiling because now we're on the same page. Did you guys sneak him in that room today? Because we were having that same
We're all thinking
conversation.
the same thing.
No, I think great minds just think alike. So awesome. Thank you again for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, our last item is,
Public comment. We need to ask.
there isn't anybody's hands up.
Great.
Thank you.
I don't have to ask.
No, it's good to ask me. Our last item is a review and action proposal for Albany Aquatic Center, the financial report, and a proposed fee change.
I will introduce this item. The purpose of this item is for the Board of Trustees to understand the Aquatic Center's financial status and fee structure and approve the adjusted rate for the program starting January 1st, 2023. So while our director, Drew Nelson, is trying to set up the computer, I will just give a little background of this information. So our Albany Aquatic Center has been operating at a deficit spending since 2017-18. The main reason is really all the cost has been going up. Staff and then also PG&E to heat up the pools. So as you can see in your house bill, the PG&E bill really went up a lot, so those are the main reasons. So this price adjustment is necessary for the program, for the program to maintain self-sufficiency and to maintain qualified staff and also accommodate future cost increase due to salaries and benefits. And all the proposed rate that our director will go over will be aligned with our neighboring pools.
Oh, you're. Cool. Awesome. Share. I think it's this one. There we go. There we go. Can everyone see it? Cool. Awesome. So thank you for having me to talk about the Albany Aquatic Center. I want to, before we really get into it, talk about what a pool is in the context of it. In general, pools do not make money. There are exceptions, but in general, a pool is a bottomless pit. Lots of money is spent in operating it. So keep that into context. I was talking to an aquatics supervisor over at the city of Oakland. It's a life-saving service. So you have your swim lessons, you have your lap swim, you have your swim team. Kids learn how to swim and they become better and so on and so forth. So there's not a lot of people that go into aquatics to become rich or make a lot of money. City and county organizations generally are subsidized. City of Berkeley, for example, they're around 60% subsidized. So if they have a budget of $1 million, $600,000 is from the city. Residents drop-in fees passes about $400,000. So you can understand how pools operate generally in deficits. As a school district, we are not subsidized. If we lose money, it comes out of the general fund and therefore takes money away from the K through 12 classroom and therefore less money for the kids in the classroom. So that's a major context that we all have to be aware of how pools operate. All right, moving on. All right, so looking at the historical income statements, we have the red and then the black. The red is losing a lot of money. The first year, as you can see, was negative $37,000. That was because we were only half operational and it was building up the staff. 2012, we started increasing the amount of money we had for swim lessons and everything else in between, and usually about 2017, then we started losing money and started not having as big a swim lesson program. I'm going to define the revenue, which includes lap swim, open exercise, water aerobics, swim lessons, and contractors, which are outside organizations who rent lanes from the pool. Let's see, 2017, again, we were in a deficit. Heating for the pool started going up dramatically. Maintenance, things breaking down. One other misnomer is that pools are always operating. During the evening, we put covers onto the pools to keep the heat in. If we didn't do that, the heating bill would be dramatically higher. So that's another context, is that electrical, heating, everything is always going in the pool. And we had to dip into the funds back in certain years to make it work each year. All right, moving on. Revenue detail projection. I think that's the correct one, right? Yeah, so for swim lessons, we expect to bring in around $660,000 for 15 pass revenue, which is indoor and outdoor generally, almost $200,000 drop in swim revenue, which includes indoor and outdoor, around $90,000. And then Armada Youth at $11 a lane, $88,000, and Armada Masters, $21,000, and then Making Waves and Underwater Rugby around $9,000, accumulating a total of $1,668,000. So we're looking now at how many hours each group uses and then how much they generate. Swim lessons, which is about 6 lanes in the indoor pool, is around 16.25 hours a week, which is roughly 14.5% of the overall facility hours. Annual revenue of $660,000, which is 62%. Lap swim, open rec, and then water fitness is 69.75 hours, and it's about 62% and $290,000, which is 27% total. Armada Youth and Masters is around 32.25 hours a week, which is 21%, and $110,000, which is 10% roughly. And then Underwater Rugby and Making Waves each have about 3 hours total. And we just want to show the cost comparisons of how much hour each program uses compared to what they generate in revenue. Other programs nearby, for example, they charge $9 a lesson for swim lessons, and it's very nice, but we're not subsidized, so we have to keep that into context with everything. Staffing costs. It's gone up dramatically, between 20% and 27%. Swim fees has stayed the same since 2019. But as we know, staffing, maintenance, heating, everything has gone up dramatically. Some outside organizations' fees have stayed the same, had stayed the same at $10 a lane since we opened up in 2012. During COVID, it went up $1 a lane, but it needs to probably go up a little bit more than that to make sure everyone's paying fair amounts of money. Let's see. Moving on. Now we're going to look at what a drop-in swim. So a drop-in swim is just someone, a public or someone, Albany resident, anyone coming and dropping and swimming for the day. On the top, you'll see what they currently pay when they come in, and underneath is the proposed pay fee, and it ranges between 50 cents and $1 increase. And below, you can see what other facilities nearby us charge for them to do that. The next one is a 15 pass, which is for resident and non-residents. Again, on the very top, you'll see what we currently charge, and the bottom is what we would like to charge, and below is what our nearby cities are charging. Our goal is to give, currently when people drop in, and they're not resident, they don't get a discount for a 15 pass. We want to put a fee structure so that they actually do get a discount when they do come in to swim. With this proposal, starting in January 2023, drop-in swims will bring in approximately $810 monthly. Pass revenue, $680 more monthly. Outside organizations at $16 lane outdoor and $20 indoor, approximately $3,100 or $31,000. With this proposal, Albany Aquatic Center will be able to generate approximately $49,300 annually for the 22-23, but it will only be $24,650 because it'll be the 1st of January 2023. For outside organizations not currently at 16 a lane, their fee will be $14 a lane effective January 2023, $15 January 2024, $16 a lane January 2025. Each dollar will increase the budget, bring in approximately $10,000. Some context of what people pay for lane usage around the area. El Cerrito is $16 a lane for a long-term and $21 short-term. City of Richmond, they are $47 a lane to start off with, and then each lane after that is $16. So we're not very expensive thinking about that. We have been in negotiations about this since 2020, and I probably talked to the specific people who aren't at that $16 or higher price every other week or so about it. And the goal is to slowly increase it to keep our relationship there, because I think it is symbiotic in that we have the swim lessons, and then the swim lessons then go to the swim team afterwards to keep people swimming and in the pool, in the system. The next steps will notify users by October 26th that this will be effective the 1st of January 2023. In October, we will bring this annual pool budget back to you again to kind of discuss what has changed and such like that. So yes, I went through that very quickly, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And thanks again for, coming on board, getting all this into shape, I know with some help from our CBO. I have a couple questions. You answered one of them with the comparison of the lane cost. So the outside organization's not currently at $16 a lane. Who does this include besides the Armada Youth and Masters program?
Yeah, so our Armada Youth and Masters, they're currently down at $11 lane, and then the Making Waves and Underwater Rugby, they're currently at 20 and 16 respectively, based on the indoor and outdoor currently right now.
Got it. And so when you mentioned negotiating since 2020, that's with Armada?
Yes, correct.
Would you be willing to just say a little more about so the last time this, it didn't come to the board, but the last time it became a sort of topic of conversation, they were surprised by the fee increase and concerned about being able to absorb it. Could you just update us on how that conversation has been going? Is that,
So it's been very informal. It's a lot of on the deck talking about what's going on, potentially going up, down, keeping it at the same amount. From my understanding, they probably can absorb the increase, and I don't know exactly how far up they could absorb it to, but I imagine they can absorb it, from what I've understood.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, Trustee Doss.
Couple of questions. One, I noticed, it was like kind of 14, 15, and going up to 16. But, based on kind of the prices around, it seems like we're have like great prices compared to everyone else. Are we thinking that it would fracture the relationship if we just went to 16 versus waiting the additional time?
I don't think it would necessarily. I don't think they would go to another pool. I think they would stay here and they do their swim team as they've been doing. I don't think that they would just leave if we went up straight up to 16, if that answers your question.
You have a follow-up for that?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that looking at the numbers here and the hours per week that they have and the fact that swim lessons, that's 62%, and then, just kind of looking at this, I think it would make sense to just kind of, bring them to the same level as these other groups that seem to be, it just seems fair.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, no, definitely. And then my other question is, are there any programs at the pool for people who can't afford to pay to come to the pool at all, or things like that?
I believe there was something. Do you want to take that, Jackie?
So we partnered with the city, and we were going to get some grant from the city and have swim lessons for our students. So we provided our own pre-K students things, but because of pandemic, it just hit right there. So now our director, just open up the pool full capacity. Now this is a time again that we would have to start our swim lessons for our students who will need a guide. That was in a place and it just didn't happen, but we are going to move forward.
Great, thank you.
Is that funding already there? Like it's just waiting, or we have to find it again?
The city actually gave us some time because of the COVID. So then we were in communication, so they do understand the situation. Yes. So what's going to happen is once we provide a number of students, and the city was going to reimburse us up to a certain amount.
Vice President Duran.
First, I wanted to thank you for your presentation. It was just so clear and sort of gave me a better understanding of why we need to do this, increase the fees. I wanted to ask you, because of the way you presented really well and convincing, have you also presented that way with either the public in general, the community in general, and these specific groups that are going to be charged to this? I mean, does everybody understand why we really need to do this?
Everyone that I talk to about the amount of money that it costs to operate, they very much understand that it's extremely difficult to generate the amount of revenue, and understand that there is a point where the money has to increase, or it comes from another organization helping us out to pay for the bills. They do definitely understand that it probably will go up if we can't afford
I'm wondering if, maybe you could have a part of the superintendent's updates or that he gives to the community, and so that you'd have an area to write about it so that the families, first of all, would know. And I'm just wondering if we could do something similar at the city level. I don't know how, but, that so that message is clearly communicated, not only to the Albany parents, but to the larger community because of other citizens here that use the pool as well.
Yeah, I think the city does every Friday an e-blast, so it might be good. We might be able to get into there so we can update everyone through that way.
I also, just a couple of things I wanted to ask you. Do you anticipate other groups at the swimming pools that could bring in money, for example, camps during the summer, anything like that?
We definitely have camps that come during the summer, so we could potentially expand lessons during the middle of the day is one aspect. Another one is we used to have a physical therapy group that would come in the mornings. We're hoping that they'll come back as well. So there's niches in there that we can definitely increase.
Okay, and the other question was, you didn't really mention maintenance fee updates that need to be done to the pool. How is that, reflected here, or your thoughts about that going forward?
It will definitely create a fund for those big maintenance projects. That's the one thing that can, tomorrow our pumps could go out, our heater could go out. So having that money on the side to help pay for that is a very nice thing, or potentially a capital improvement to help offset the costs of increasing costs of heating the pool water.
Trustee Davidson.
So I know that the city, that we run the shower program there and some other things. Have we had any conversations with the city about a little bit more support for the pool for these other uses? Because my understanding is the funding we got is from the sugar sweetened beverage tax, right, for those lessons. What else can the city do to support it? Because in Albany, there's also been a lot of conversation about how our schools are most of the parks in Albany, and then it's the only pool in the city. So it seems like maybe we should tap. I know that they don't have a huge budget, but there might be access to grants or other things that we just can't get our hands on as a school district.
Just so you know that we've been having conversations about approaching the city about supplemental, because this is a citywide pool, and it operates as such, especially with our unhoused populations and others, and that it would be a good partnership to team with the city and have some supplemental funds come in so that we can continue to run our pools for all of our kids and all of our senior citizens and the entire city of Albany. And so we are having that conversation. CBO Kim, and I think I can share this, is becoming very impatient and wants to have the conversation yesterday. I'm trying to be more diplomatic, but it's important that we have this kind of partnership. So we are having that conversation, and it's about time to put it on the table.
And before the pandemic, the Budget Advisory Committee was looking at the pool because, and one of the first discoveries they made was that pools are, as you put it, bottomless pits, and also that it's extremely unusual for them to be run by a school district. And that it's put the district, this has been an ongoing issue, of spending educational funds on a pool, which, in addition to taking money away from our students, is, very unusual. And so we had been talking, several years ago about working with the city to at least revisit this idea that it's the school district's responsibility to cover the deficit. And so I do hope there's some urgency about reinvigorating those conversations. And one of the other things that came out of that was that at the time we weren't really using the pool for our own students. And so I'm very glad to hear that we're doing that for PE, because as you said, it's a life skill, and it's unfortunate that we we've sort of taken all the downside of running the pool and haven't gotten a lot of the upside. So I think it would also be great to continue to think of ways that we can benefit from it as a district, as a resource. I just wanted to clarify, so you're sort of proposing this phased-in fee increase, and my sense from the way you phrased it was that this was part of how you'd been talking about this with Armada. So it does seem like that's an understanding that they have, that we're phasing this in, not that's why you're not proposing to raise it all at once.
I didn't necessarily say we were going to phase it, but that it would probably be increasing. That was the way I phased it.
Okay, got it. Yeah, Trustee Davidson.
Okay, my last thing is, I love that we're going to get the pool in a more solvent situation. I think that's fantastic, but we keep saying the same thing too, that our kids don't use it. And I'm just thinking, like, why don't we do walking field trips for a chunk of weeks for our different grades? I mean, I think all of our schools are within walking distance of this pool. Could we work on something like that so our kids could have some, I mean, maybe we're funding those then, we're funding some swimming lessons and that's our general fund contribution, but our kids are getting something out of it.
I think that's definitely possible. The middle of the day area, we could definitely block off time for kids for swimming or rec swim, playtime, whatever it may be. Yeah, I think that's possible. I have been asked by some of the schools, the Marin School, which is right next to the pool, about stuff like that as well.
Any other, yeah, Trustee Doss.
Yeah, in terms of, moving forward on this, would it be possible to just change it to 16 versus phasing it in?
It's all of what you decide to do.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't specific. I was kind of putting it in the universe to see if anybody would support it.
I think it would be supported, yes.
Nice, okay.
Yeah. If we do increase fees, it'll be 2 lap swimmers for $15. So, 5, 6 kids in a lane, it's just about that same, almost the same price.
All right, we might have a public comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jeremiah. So, I think it's a great idea what Ms. Davidson said about the schools coming. Maybe the middle school can take some swim classes or something like that. You can get some uses out of that. Okay, so on my notes, I was wondering if, increase the lesson fees, a little bit. I would advise you possibly doing a presentation like you did tonight to the Parks and Rec and Open Space Commission, because they're dealing with recreation, and then maybe they can bring it back to City Council to where City Council could bring in some funding. Albany Recreation could put it in their activity guide, swim lessons, and the city can help fund something like that. I noticed a lot of the fees were for people who work there for their jobs, and maybe $200,000 was just maintenance and things like that. So the PG&E was $160,000 a year. I was wondering, are there any solar panels on the building, and maybe you can invest some money in getting some solar panels to, cover the cost on that, apply for a grant for solar panels. I was wondering if you guys still have disabled swimming, and maybe when disabled people swim, their health insurance can cover some of the costs, and maybe you could raise the price on that. That way the insurance company possibly has a lot of money, they can pay a little bit more. I would recommend the facility user, instead of $3, maybe going to $4, raise that up $1. I know that you mentioned students with low income. I was wondering about citizens with low income, if maybe the city can help fund that. And, how much do you spend on like the air filter, something like that, circulate the air?
Thank you.
That was a lot of questions. Sorry, Jeremiah. We do have solar panels on the in our facility. Because of heating or the year, they only usually are operated, I think it's March through November, October timeframe. And they, I believe, are for the outdoor pool only, not the indoor pool. There are other options which we have been told could heat using residual for the indoor pool, but it would be a capital expense of $20,000 plus to do that, which might not make sense. And what was the other questions?
Park and Rec presentation and getting some money from the city.
I think that would be a question.
Yeah, we can
with
keep
Dr.
talking about
Wells.
the city.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a proposal, which is what we're being asked to vote on tonight. I don't know who's controlling this slideshow, but
I will relieve it to you.
just so that it's clear what's being proposed and what was publicly noticed.
President Hinckley, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
can I ask one question?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure before we move into the voting part, because there could be potentially a change proposed to your proposal, and I don't want to be, as my older family would say, penny wise, pound foolish. So do you think that there will be difficulty in working with those who are used to the much lower lane charge if you did go to 16 right out of the gate? Like, is that a concern of yours at all, or do you really feel like it's not going, you know, I planned on this, you know, graduated thing, but I never promised it, and it's just not going to be that big of a deal? Just trying to get your honest sense of that.
I can't, honest, 100%, I'm not sure. You know, if I was a swim team coach and the operator, I think $16 a lane is within reason, you know, but, you know, it's all relative.
Thank you.
I think there is a related question, though, which is this is what was publicly noticed, right? So if the proposal was changed to be something different, then the public hasn't been able to read that, right? So if Armada, you know, who is not here because they saw that this was a phased-in proposal, and then we change that, I think that's also a different answer to your question.
I think on that note, I think that I will move that we approve the Albany Aquatic Center fee increase as is.
And so so there's, on page 6, there's the proposed changes for the drop-in swims. On page 7, there's the proposed changes for the passes, and then there are the lane changes as outlined on page 8. So sorry, I'm just describing your motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions? Okay, I can't hear everybody, so did everyone vote?
I didn't, I'm sorry, Trustee Doss, did you vote?
No.
Okay. I didn't hear you, so I'm sorry to call
Okay,
you
let's
out.
start over and do a roll call vote. Can I get a roll call on
Yes.
the motion?
Student Trustee Garcia Bustamante.
Yes.
Student Trustee Dana.
No.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Doss.
No.
Thank you. Vice President Duran.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion passes with one advisory vote against from Trustee Dana and one vote against from Trustee Doss. And that is the end of our, just one other comment, which is in relation to the last time we did a fee increase for something, which was not then passed directly on to the users. So just to affirm that this will be communicated out as speedily as possible to all those different kinds of users. Thank you. Great, and thanks again for your leadership and for staying late.
All right, thank you.
See you at the pool. All right, upcoming agenda items. Board members? Yeah, Vice President
Yes, I
Duran.
always have.
Why are you all looking at each other?
2 items. I would like to have a report on the Marin Playground. I know there's community out there, parents that have major concerns, and I don't think they have felt that they've been heard, and I would like to see if we could have something public regarding the Marin Playground and the current design at this point. And the other is, I thought that we had discussed some initiatives coming to the board based on the monies that we had gotten from the state, that the board was going to have an opportunity to have input into that, and I don't know the status of that, so I wanted to be sure that it's on the agenda.
So that's, at least some of that is on the agenda for November 8th, correct? That was part of the tutoring program reference. Okay. Yes, Jeremiah.
Yeah, future agenda item will be a possible discussion about incorporating possibly the One Pill Can Kill campaign or some sort of drug awareness assembly at the high school. I know that the program DARE, I'm not sure if DARE still exists or not, but I think it might be important to bring in some representatives from maybe Alameda County Sheriff's Office or District Attorney, just to talk about, you know, the students drinking alcohol, smoking vapes, things like that, and just raise awareness about, you know, the use of drugs, illegal drugs, fentanyl, and the dangers of that. I mean, I remember when I was in high school, there were parties every weekend, and there was a lot of drinking going on in high school. And it would just be at people's houses. Sometimes parents would even be there. So I just want to raise awareness about that. That's probably really a big issue, and also drinking at school dances. I know when I was in Albany High School, during school dances, there was a lot of drinking involved. And I was just wondering to, you know, checks and balances for all that.
Thank you.
Let me just respond to that, because that, first of all, Jeremy, if you can come back. First of all, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for bringing that One Pill Can Kill campaign here a couple of meetings ago. I just want to give you an update that what we're doing internally, led by our Executive Director, Deb Brill, we're in the process of doing some alerts and trying to get some assemblies together so we can raise the consciousness. And we want to do it sooner than later because we can't afford to lose any kid. We've been following we have an emergency meeting, something tantamount to the emergency meeting with the county on Thursday that some of us will be attending, myself and Executive Director Deb Brill, and a couple of our board president has committed to being there. So this is a campaign we're working on and trying to get out an alert message or text this week, not only to our community, but to our students specifically, because this stuff looks like candy. People are slipping into folks. It's very dangerous, unlike ever before. And so what I can commit to do is probably providing an update in my superintendent's report at the next board meeting, but also in this Friday communication, I would have something go out. But I do want to thank you for being mindful of such a crisis and putting it on our plate front and center about this is real. And then listening to the parents who lost kids through this tragic crisis that we're in right now. And sometimes you don't get feedback for all your comments. This is one of the ones that I really appreciate. Not saying I don't appreciate the other ones, but this is the one I really felt here, so thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no other public comment, we are adjourned, and our next regular board meeting is Tuesday, November 8th.